Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think we are proceeding well. The consultation are ongoing. So I'm seeking another 1 hour so that we can table the report at 7:30.
Further clarification, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ednard.
Honorable Speaker, looking at the mood of the House, and you suspended the House for 1.5 hours, and the members went for a Kamukuji, and they didn't came to a conclusion. Honorable Speaker, my request is this, that it is not casted on the stone that this budget report from the Budget Committee should be tabled today. Honorable Speaker, if you be able to evoke the Constitution, Article 222, the PFMA, Section 134, you realize that, Honorable Speaker, it is not casted in the stone. And members can be able to peruse the report from the Budget Committee before it's being tabled on this Honorable House, Honorable Speaker. So that by the end of the day, we should be able, Honorable Speaker, be able to interrogate the budget report before it's being tabled in this Honorable House. So my humble request is that if you can be able to suspend this Honorable House as a ruling until tomorrow, because tomorrow is a day like this, Honorable Speaker, and we can be able to do it the morning hour and the evening hour, because we have two sessions. And after all, Honorable Speaker, you can be able even to create a special sitting as the chair of this Honorable House, if you may not be able to do it by tomorrow. That's my humble request, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ednard.
And Honorable Speaker, if you can allow me, I can now go to the next level. That if you can allow me, that I move a motion, Honorable Speaker, that this House do now adjourn.
Maybe Honorable Ednard.
Out of order.
This is
Out of order.
the chair has the chair has to give his ruling when you make your submission. So meaning you made your submission and you give yourself a ruling and you wanted to move the motion. So you're out of order on that. So maybe, yes, Honorable, yes?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think the matter at hand is a serious matter, and this matter needs to exhaust all avenues. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I believe in the wisdom of Honorable Chair, Honorable Komu, so that we can consult. And until we are not able to consult further, I believe we should be able to consult and come to a conclusion that we have agreed, and that budget is a compromise document until we compromise. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member Speaker. Thank you, Honorable members. Maybe Honorable Mika, then I give directions in regard to that, so that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to join my colleagues in saying this, that we suspended the House for consultations, which of course we did, and when we have come back, there are some tasks that we have given out on the consultations that needs to happen. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I also join in the wisdom of my chair that since we gave some tasks to you and to some members here, can we suspend maybe for 1 hour or 2 hours so that you can do the consultation so that after that you give us the feedback. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable members. Yes, Honorable Madu, then I give direction. Yes, Honorable Madu.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to report to the House that maybe with your wisdom, you can know how you can resolve the issue about the bursary, because it was the contentious issue that led us to here, so that we can know the ruling about the bursary, if we need to allocate the money or not. Then we are ready. I can report, I have consulted my people of Mirangini, and they have told me we wait a bit to have an answer about the bursary.
Yes, maybe Honorable Mittal, then members, you allow me to give directions in regard to the request that had been submitted by the chair and that has been responded in the interest of time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to join the members, just like they have said, that we suspend the House for the next maybe 1 hour or 1.5 hours. And even those who are saying that we can move to tomorrow, I want to agree with Honorable Kingori, partly, that it is not a must we approve the budget today. But again, we all agree this is a negotiated document. I don't see anything wrong on waiting for 2 hours or even 1.5 hours, so that until we agree, so that we can move on. So, Honorable Speaker, I support on the suspension for 1.5 hours until or even 2 hours.
Thank you, Member for Shamata, and thank you, honorable members, for your patience. Honorable members, I wish to state that the question of adjournment is a question of discretion that is pursuant to Standing Order number 1. And considering that the chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee requested for 1.5 hours, I wish to grant him 1 hour strictly suspension. And it's now 6:40, so by 7:40 we will be here so that he can submit the report if he will have any. The House stands suspended for 1 hour. Nyandarua County Executive and Nyandarua County Assembly budget estimate for the financial year 26-27. The report is duly tabled. The same shall be processed as directed by the House Business Committee that is pursuant to Standing Order on 57(5)D. Clerk, next order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are at order number 6, notices on motion, where Honorable Kungu has a notice on motion.
Very well, Honorable Kungu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion that this House does adopt the report of the Committee on Budget and Appropriation for the Nyandarua County Executive and Nyandarua County Assembly budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled on 21st May 2026 as a report of the House and the recommendation therein as the resolution of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The notice of motion is duly given and the same shall be processed as directed by the House Business Committee that is pursuant to Standing Order on 57(5)D. Next order.
Order number 7, statements. Order number 8, motions and bills. Under this order, Mr. Speaker, there is a motion by Honorable Isaac Wanjiru, the Chairperson Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Very well, Honorable Isaac Wanjiru, Chairperson Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion that the House does adopt the report of the Committee on the Budget and Appropriation for the Nyandarua County Executive and Nyandarua County Assembly budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled on 21st May 2026 as a report of the House and the recommendation therein as a resolution of the House. Honorable Speaker, we have worked on the report for the Nyandarua County budget estimate for financial year 2026-2027. And Honorable Speaker, from the very onset, I want to thank the honorable members of this House for the commitment they have shown. There has been a lot of consultation regarding this budget, and for the obvious reasons, the issues that are very pertinent to the members and to the people of Nyandarua that require included in this year's budget. This is the epitome of the third regime of this that is of the Nyandarua County government. The members had a feeling they are very issues are keeping changing, and for the benefit of the members of the society, it is good to know that we are working at a very times that things are changing, because as early as yesterday evening we learned that there was a ruling by the High Court that bursaries are constitutional. So sometimes it leaves us wondering whether we are going to include the bursary or not. And so we don't know whether this is an issue that will be challenged or not. So sometimes things keep changing and they change very fast. And sometimes out of unavoidable circumstances we are met by the timelines. Honorable Speaker, also allow me to thank your office because you have facilitated this committee sufficiently to make sure that we are able to come up with the report and also to prepare the budget. Honorable Speaker, budget estimate should be aligned with the key planning and policy instruments, that is including CIDP, ADP, and the CFSP. And such alignment ensure consistency between policy priorities, development objectives, and budgetary allocation while promoting sustainable socio-economic growth and improved services delivery. The estimate also complies with the provision of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 and other relevant legal and regulatory framework governing the public finance. The budget estimate should be prepared in accordance with the priorities and fiscal framework outlined in the CFSP ensuring that sector allocation and expenditure ceilings set and approved in the CFSP are complied with in the formulation of the budget. They are guided by the principles of prudent public financial management, including efficiency, effectiveness, transparency, accountability, and value for money, as prescribed under the Public Finance Management Act of 2012. The estimate contains projection of revenue from various sources, which include equitable share from the national government, conditional grants, donor support, and county-owned source revenue, all of which are critical in financing county operations and development interventions. Upon approval, they become the final budget, and from the basis, form the basis for preparation of the enactment of the County Appropriation Act, thereby authorizing the withdrawal and expenditure of public funds. Honorable Speaker, allow to me to acknowledge the members of the public who participated in public participation and provided contributions to this participation. I also appreciate the County Executive for their cooperation and presentation during the consultation consultative meetings held in Russia. Further, I extend my gratitude to all the members for their active engagement and constructive thinking to bring out the review process. Special congratulations to a member of the Budget and Allocation Committee for your dedication, commitment, and scrutinizing the testing, as well as committee secretary for their wonderful technical and administrative support. Finally, I acknowledge the support accorded to the committee by your office, Honorable Speaker, and that of the clerk, which immediately facilitated the execution of our mandate. In this manner, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, I have the honor to present the report of the Nyandarua County Annual Budget Estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 for consideration and adoption by this House. Honorable Speaker, allow me now to go through the composition of the committee. Allow me also not to go through the mandate of the committee. It is as well as stipulated in our standing orders, Honorable Speaker. And we have also looked into the guidelines on budget formulation, which most specifically they are under regulation number 31 of the County PFM, that is County Government Act, and also PFM Act of 2015. So basically, we have looked into the guidelines of budget making, and I think we have adhered to that. Honorable Speaker, on Chapter 1, we are looking at the legal framework. Again, allow me not to go into that because our mandate is well stated within the Constitution of Kenya under Article 224. Honorable Speaker, we have also Section 129(2)(a) of the PFM Act of 2012 that states that following approval of the County Executive Committee, the County Executive Committee members shall submit to the County Assembly the budget estimate, supporting document, and any other bill required to implement the budget except the finance bill by the 30th of April, which was done. Ensure that the estimates submitted under Section A are in accordance with the resolution adopted by the County Assembly on the county fiscal strategy. It has not been retained. There are some deviations to that effect, which are admissible. And Honorable Speaker, we know that Section 130 of PFM Act 2012 provides that County Executive Committee member for Finance shall submit to the County Assembly the following document: a summary budget policy including revenue, expenditure, debt, and deficit financing, an explanation on how the budget relates to the fiscal responsibility principle and fiscal objectives, and finally a memorandum of the County Executive Committee member for Finance explaining how the resolutions adopted by the County Assembly on the budget estimate have been taken into account. Honorable Speaker, allow me not to go to what comprises of the budget estimate. Again, I know, Honorable Speaker, that public participation is very essential when it comes to budget making process. It is a requirement by law. because pursuant to Article 10, 174C, 186 and 210 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, those provision, and also the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, the County Assembly of Nyandarua is expected to conduct public participation, which we did across the county. That is on Monday 8th June 2026, to obtain the views of residents and stakeholders on the proposed county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027. The exercise provided an opportunity for the members of the public to interrogate, and we were able to visit all the sub-county with Kinangop having 2 venues because of its size. Honorable Speaker, some of the issues are that we are able to engage the members of the community. There were various forums where we actually I also want to confirm that we received memorandums, 3 of them, which we looked into and considered. But there were issues that were being raised in health sector. Very serious issues were raised on health sector, including drugs, medical commodities, issues of ambulance, financing of health infrastructures, the issues of nutrition. These were issues that were raised within the health sector by the members of the public. The issues of education sector, they raised the issue of financing the ECDs. It is a concern to the members of the public. The issues of agriculture. Members of the public were able to raise the issues of subsidies on fertilizer, the issues of seeds, issues of seed. On issues of cooperative, there were issues that were raised, that is strengthening our cooperative society. On roads and water, it's also a concern to the members of the public. Honorable Speaker, we have given a full 2 pages on the issues of public participation. Though, Honorable Speaker, we also need to note that our public participation has got some challenges because it's not structured and well organized, such that there is lack that follow-up, and members of public are concerned. Sometimes you go to the members of the public, they ask you, you have invited us. What have you done in the past after inviting us? So there is that lack of follow-up and a structured way of giving feedback to the members of the public after public participation. So what next? How do we organize structurally that we are able to give feedback to the members of the community so that the public participation can also be meaningful and it becomes a serious activity when it comes to budget making, other than a public relation activity to meet the requirement, a legal requirement. Honorable Speaker, these are the observations and the findings. On the overview of the submitted budget estimate for financial 26-27, the submitted budget estimate for the financial 26-27 reflect a total proposed expenditure of 9,119,663,647. Of this amount, 6,466,084,484, which is 70.9%, was proposed to fund recurrent expenditure, while 2,653,579,167, which is 29.09, was proposed for development. From that onset, Honorable Speaker, you note as budget tabled, it had not met a physical requirement for 70-30. So from the executive, they had given 70.9 to the current and 29.09 to development. So the budget they tabled to this house, it had not met physical requirement of 70-30. Honorable Speaker, what is our pass? You realize that 6,862,675,631 is what we are getting from the national government as equitable share. 1,205,023,647 as projected conditional grant from both the national government and development partners, and we are proposing to collect 650 million as our own source revenue, and a projected of 400 million as appropriation in aid, which is in our case FIF, or Facility Improvement Fund. Honorable Speaker, we noted that there was a deviation of the submitted budget estimate from the approved CFSP. And Honorable Speaker, you know Section 129 2A2 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 stipulates that the County Executive Committee member for Finance shall ensure that the submitted estimates are in line with the resolution adopted by the County Assembly on the CFSP. The committee noted several variants between the allocation approved in the County Fiscal Strategy paper and the allocation proposed in the financial year 2026-2027 budget estimate. The changes were attributed to shift in program responsibility funding, adjustment and emerging department priorities. The observation was as follows. Number one, Office of the County Secretary has been allocated 122.5 million in the approved CFSP. However, in 2026-2027 budget estimate, the proposed reduced by 59.8 million, representing a decrease. Was reduced allocation to this, that is 59.8, representing a decrease of 62.7. The reduction was primarily attributed to the transfer of the fleet management program from the Office of the County Secretary to the Directorate of Public Works under the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works. Again, Honorable Speaker, it is also good to note that according to the County Government Act, it is advisable whenever there is a transfer of function through a directorate that is done by this cabinet, that communication should be done to the County Assembly, which we did not receive. It is also good to note as such we are supposed to be notified whenever there is a transfer of function. Again, we noted that the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue, the department proposed an allocation of 877.83 million compared to the CFSP, approved a ceiling of 688.5, reflecting an increase of 189.33 million. The increase was largely associated by the inclusion of the Kenya Devolution Support Program funding amounting to 170 million, as well as additional resources earmarked for strengthening revenue mobilization, ICT infrastructure, and financial management. This is according to Kara. By the time we are doing CFSP, we were not sure whether we are going to receive the KDSP money, but by the time the budget was tabled, we are being provided with 170 million for KDSP. On the Department of Education, I think the members can be able to go through that. The Department of Health Services, the Department of Water and Sanitation, all the department that had variation, we have been able to give, and we have been given a table giving figures of a deviation. And it's good to note, Honorable Speaker, that we have given a total of how much had deviated. Honorable Speaker, it is good to note that there is some observation of consolidated, or there is observation consolidated from the submitted budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027, and one of them is from the County Secretary, where there is a proposed allocation of 25 million to facilitate comprehensive insurance cover for the motor vehicle, buildings and other public assets. The allocation is intended to safeguard county property against potential risk that may result from financial losses. There is also number 2, the refined fuel and lubricants for transport, motor vehicles and maintenance, with the proposed allocation of 50 million and 19 million respectively, which had been transferred from the County Secretary to the Department of Public Works. And then there is proposed allocation for compensation of employees for county executive, including municipalities, which is 2.852 billion. This includes county gratuity of 52 million, 185 million which is pension, and 200 million for staff medical insurance, which again, Honorable Speaker, that medical insurance is not sufficient. We are being advised that for sufficient amount is around 240 million. There is also provision for settlement of pending bills, which was proposed at 150 million for development and 50 million for recurrent expenditure. And then we have Nyandarua County Trade Fund, again provided with 20 million. And we have emergency with 60 million and 80 million for mortgage for the staff in the executive. There is also 41.6 million which has been set aside for CHP, that is community health units, stipends, and which is also provided in equal by the national government. There is also an acquisition of strategic stock of 115 million. There is also transfer to sub-county hospital health offices and dispensary proposed to have a 10 million. Members may ask why we have 10 million, but remember we have FIF, which is also an invest financing for those facilities. We have a department which has also been given a Class A ambulance, which is proposed to be bought at 10 million, that is in health. And we also have a total allocation of 70 million countywide for ECD feeding program, that is UG program. 25 million for equipping ECDs. There is capitation for our youth polytechnic, VTCs, at 36.21 million. There is also support for agriculture training college at a proposed allocation of 3 million. The construction of equipping of areas VTCs at 15.7 million. Completion of a modern Orokarau library at 10 million. Department of Youth and Innovation proposed allocation of 14.5 million, that is toward Governor's Cup tournament. While Kenya Youth Inter-County Sport Association, KISA, had been allocated 5 million. In addition, staff welfare had a total proposed of 15 million. Nyandarua Youth Service, another new entrance, which is famous, known as Kazi Mtaani, has been proposed to be given 50 million, while 4 million is proposed as a support to youth business in city for startups. Our fertilizer, our AI subsidies at 37.5 million, and there is also a new entrant of certified seed for farmers, which is proposed at 62.5 million. There is also issues of garbage collection at 12 million for skip bins. And FROCA, Honorable Speaker, you are going to note that there will be a change, because by the time we did CFSP, we didn't know whether we are going to receive FROCA Grant 3, which Nyandarua County has qualified at 120 million. And there is also a balance brought forward of 183. So we'll be increasing that 30 million to around 60 million, which is county contribution of 2.5% of the total development, which is a requirement for a conditional grant for FROCA. Honorable Speaker, allow me to go to chapter 3, so I almost concluding, to discuss on the committee's deliberation. They are there, and I think the members can be able to look at what the members have been able to deliberate. It's a lot. And I think even this deliberation are still ongoing, Honorable Speaker. And if members allow me, I will go to chapter 4, which has recommendation of the committee, Honorable Speaker. And number 1, Speaker, arising from the foregoing and committee.
Maybe you can guide us on the page.
Yeah, page 33.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Speaker, is that we are requesting that this House approve the Nyandarua County budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 for both the County Executive and the County Assembly, together with the annexures attached. At that, the approved County Executive budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 shall be implemented and applied in accordance with Annexure 1 attached thereto, that all expenditures shall strictly conform to the approved votes, programs, sub-programs, and applicable provisions of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and related regulations. That the approved County Assembly budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 shall be implemented in accordance with the Annexure 2 attached thereto to facilitate the effective execution of the Assembly's legislative oversight and representation functions. And number 4, that pursuant to Section 129, subsection 9 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, upon approval of this budget estimate by the County Assembly, the County Executive Committee member responsible for finance, economic planning, ICT and revenue shall prepare and submit to the County Assembly the County Appropriation Bill for the financial year 2026-27 to provide the necessary legal authority for the withdrawal and expenditure of funds from the County Revenue Fund. Number 5, that in preparation of the County Appropriation Bill 2026, the County Executive Committee member responsible for finance, economic planning, ICT and revenue to ensure that there is contained a schedule of monthly disbursement in respect to the County Assembly. Number 6, Honorable Speaker, that pursuant to Section 104, subsection 1D of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, the County Executive Committee member responsible for finance, economic planning, ICT and revenue shall strengthen revenue mobilization initiatives by enhancing local revenue collection systems, broadening the county-owned source revenue base, sealing revenue leakages, and identifying alternative financing mechanism. Number 7, that in accordance with Regulation 41, subsection 2 of the County Government Public Finance Management Regulation 2015, debt servicing obligations shall constitute the first charge of the County Revenue Fund. The respective accounting officer shall ensure timely settling of all debts obligation, maintaining prudent debt management practices, and prevent the accumulation of pending bills that may adversely affect the county financial position. Number 8, that the county executive shall commence the implementation of the approved budget immediately upon enactment of the County Appropriation Act by initiating procurement plans, work plans, and project implementation schedules without unnecessary delays. This will enhance budget absorption, facilitate timely without unnecessary delays. This will enhance budget absorption, facilitate timely delivery of development projects and public services, and improve overall efficiency in the utilization of public resources. Finally, number 9, that the accounting officer shall ensure the implementation of the approved budget is undertaken in strict compliance with the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, the County Government Public Finance Management Regulation of 2015, the Public Procurement Act and Asset Disposal Act of 2015, and all other applicable rules and regulations governing the management and utilization of public funds. Honorable Speaker, the Nyandarua County budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 demonstrate our commitment as a house to promote prudent fiscal management, equitable allocation of public resources, and the effective delivery of services to the people of Nyandarua. The budget estimate financial year 2026-2027 is geared toward ensuring that our financial decisions support the county long-term development agenda. The estimate presented before this House maintain an appropriate balance between recurrent and development expenditure, where adequate resources have been provided to sustain the delivery of essential public services. Significant investment have also been directed towards transformative development program and projects that will stimulate economic growth, improve infrastructure, and enhance the quality of life of our residents. Arising from the above, the committee urges that the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the budget estimate for financial year 2026-2027 be adopted as a report of the House, and that the recommendation therein be adopted as a resolution of this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to invite my Vice Chair, Honorable Gitau, member for Shamata, to second.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. Member for Shamata, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to join my chair in seconding this motion. That is approval of this financial year budget. That is estimate, that is itemized budget And I just want to add just 3 points, Honorable Speaker, because my chair have been able to move the report as we had agreed at the committee. Honorable Speaker, the issue of release of exchequer. Honorable Speaker, this government, that is the Kenya Kwanza government, the only part that they have achieved for the last 4 years, they only failed to limit all the finances on 2024. That is the year 2024, 2025. But all the years, that is between 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and also 2026, 2025, 2026. They have been able to release all the monies for the county government. That is for the devolved units. As we speak, this financial year that is ending today, the national government has been able to release all the allocations, and I think that is the only part maybe the Kenya Kwanza government can tell us they have been able to achieve. But on our side, this is not an achievement, Honorable Speaker, because you remember during campaign the promise was to increase allocation for devolved units from 15% to 35%. And Honorable Speaker, having said that, even if there is a positive change, Honorable Speaker, I wish to tell the House that in terms of pending bill, the county government have not been able to achieve the OSR, that is the own source revenue, that was allocated around 950 million. That means if we have achieved around 700 million, we shall have a deficit of roughly 150 or 200 or thereabout million. That means there are some projects that are initiated, some programs that are initiated by the county governments, and they will not be paid, Honorable Speaker. And this means both the county government and the executive and maybe the assembly. Honorable Speaker, the issue of procurement, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you realize this is the last financial year. This is the last budget. Because the next budget that we are going to prepare by next year, June, that will be implemented by the next government. Because we shall only have July and August. And August is an election year. And that means those of us who are in, that is the members of the executive, need to treat this budget as one budget that they must implement very fast. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I am requesting the executive to move with speed in terms of procurement and also implementation of this budget. And I am sure if the speed that they have been able to implement this budget that is heading today, we are likely to have absorption of 70 to 80% by close of business March next year. And with those few remarks, I second.
Thank you, Member for Shamata. I now propose the question, which is that this House does adopt the report of the Committee on Budget and Appropriations on the Nyandarua County Executive and Nyandarua County Assembly budget estimates for the financial year 26-27 as a report of the House, and the recommendations therein as a resolution of the House. Yes, Member for Gizafai, it's long, and maybe you can start by saluting us.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity, being the first one to give my contribution towards this budget for this financial year and the report of the committee. If you could protect me, Honorable Speaker, members are consulting in high.
So maybe members, you can consult emotions.
Thank you. So therefore, I want to take you, Honorable Speaker, by saluting the Honorable House this evening.
Yeah, it also appears Honorable Gishoki is rebelling. He's insisting that you must start by saluting him.
I think it's an opportunity for the CASIB to provide, side mailers to more members who want to see members from the back. And that will save his neck from paining. But that notwithstanding, I would advise him to give me his ears. The eyes, he can use it when I come in the front. Honorable Speaker, I want to say two things quickly. One, first of all, to commend the work done by the Budget Committee. Ordinarily, Honorable Speaker, a budget is a contested document because of the interest that every member in this Honorable House, including His Excellency the Governor, has in this budget. And this being a very important budget, Honorable Speaker, like the Vice Chair did allude to, Honorable Speaker, it's a crucial budget for all of us seated in this Honorable House. I'll make my points very quickly because of time. Honorable Speaker, I want to make some observations that I have noted, and I will do that quickly. I know I may not get adequate answer towards these questions or concerns. I have noted, Honorable Speaker, a provision of 44 million to Engineer Municipality, and a further 34.6 million towards Mailonya Municipality. And when you compare that with the Olkalau Municipality, which has double the amount, I am left wondering, Honorable Speaker.
So maybe members, what we could, in the interest of time and so many things, because we have like just 4 hours, and we're likely to go until 12. So give the member an opportunity, the debate then, so that we avoid interjecting them, consulting the lowest tone possible, if need be.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the
yes, and my area MC, you should be supporting me when I say this. Now I say that, then you go back to the same place. So kindly comply with the directions of the chair. Let's proceed, member for clarifying.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know this is an opportunity for some of us to interact with this budget. And the member, your area MCA, you know, is a member of the Budget Committee. So it's also fair for him to allow us who have not been able to interact with this budget to be able to indulge with it without being interfered to. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I did make a mention about 44 million provided for my Engineer Municipality and 34.65 provided for Maironya against a budget of 88 million provided for all Kalau. And that did leave me wondering. Honorable Speaker, the logic. You know, I can't think, Honorable Speaker.
So, members, I don't know what we're going to do now.
Maybe
it will be very unfair for me to cite a member by name. It will be very unfair. So, kindly, let's give others opportunity to make their presentation. Kindly, let us consult. Let us not even consult if possible. Simply because we only have some few of us, then we'll be free. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would ask probably when the chair is responding to this budget to probably give an indication what criteria was used in the skewed allocation towards the municipalities, the 3 municipalities, with one municipality getting double the allocation compared to the other 2, which have been left a mere shell of their own self. I know engineer is struggling to make even provision of lighting within that town and collection of garbage within that town, and the satellite towns like Murungaru and Donyunjeru. And I noticed that the allocation was slightly lower than I would have expected so that we can make those municipalities functional. The other thing is the provision of 20 million for Nyandarua County Trade, Development and Investment Authority. The 20 million has been allocated towards this board, and I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, that board exists in paper. For the time since that time, the time that board became to be, it has done totally nothing. I oversight the Committee on Trade and the Department of Trade, but I can tell this Honorable House, this is money put there just to sit there and please the eyes with nothing to show. I wish I could recommend that money is allocated further towards where it can be made useful, rather than appealing to a body that's non-functional. Previous provision has proven nothing. Honorable Speaker, I noted also there's a provision of 70 million for Uji. Yet the last time we did a meeting, we were told there's a donor. I wonder why we are providing money to a program that has a donor. And number 2, I am made I've been informed that 16 shillings provided for a cup of porridge. Yet we know 20 shillings, and in other places 15 shillings, is enough to feed a child with food. I don't know. I know this could mean a lot of things, and from where I sit, this could be a cash cow for some people. Let me say it here. I'm not opposed to kids getting food, but I'm opposed to figures that are floated there, whereas other counties are providing food for only 20 shillings to kids. 16 shillings to drink porridge. That mathematics does not add up for me at this point in time when we need to be prudent in the use of resources. There is also a proposed 50 million youth service, 2 million per ward, a very good idea, but I wonder whether it is implementable. Do we have a policy to guide this? Or again, it's another way to put some money somewhere to just sit idle. I know I had provided in the previous budget 2 million for the fine, but that money was never procured because there was no policy towards the implementation of that. And I know it will be a challenge because the way that money is put there is purely recurrent. It's not money that is can be used for development, although the money is recurrent in nature. So the issue of the policy. Honorable Speaker, there is a further 4 million for youth business incentives. I wonder what that is. I really don't know what that is. And I want to say we need to be very prudent in the way we allocate resources in this very crucial year, where we need to have all the money move out so that the people can feel impact about us being here. Like the Vice Chair said, the next budget will not be able to implement it. So we must make ends meet in this very budget. Otherwise, your guess is as good as mine. The other thing is about that 7.5 million. Honorable Speaker, I know a ward like Magumu, and my good neighbor here, Honorable Kasena, has been asking. The AI service is meant for the cows. And when the allocation is put like that, it means every ward will have equal allocation. I would be waiting to hear what Honorable Kasena will say about that provision. Probably that money would have done a better service in terms of provision of other things, other than just put there for cows for Magumu and elsewhere also. There is also, again, a further 62.5 allocation for seeds. I hope this time around we'll be careful to ensure that every ward gets appropriate seeds.
Mr. Speaker.
There are seeds which are not.
Yes, Honorable Kishoki.
Is this a point of order?
Yes, it's actually a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I am not necessarily interfering with the deliberation of the member for the fine. But by the time we are arriving to these figures, a process has been gone through from the annual development plan, which featured all these figures, and the deliberation of these figures were made. I would want to hear what was his intervention as at that point, and at the CFSP level, where the same figures again were discussed, approved by this assembly. If there was anything that ought to have been done and discussed at that time, could have been at that time. So I just want to know whether he was present when we discussed the AIs at the annual development plan level, whether he was present when we discussed the CFSP, which allocated these particular figures to the specific department, so that we can now say at the level of approving a budget, you are questioning figures that you approved. I would want to be guided, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker,
and maybe also as we proceed, I don't know how we are going to do it, but we will try to compose our information. I know there is a way you can be able to deliver it in a very short form, so that we give everybody an opportunity. Because I imagine we are like 30-something, and everybody must have an opportunity for those who may wish. But nonetheless, I proceed and ask for Honorable Bishop.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I did not get a question. No question was asked. Because when it says that figures were floated, which figures? You need to be specific. There was no case that was made, and that therefore my time was scored.
I think
allow me to finish, then he can execute his case.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe, but he had a very valid question.
What figures?
Maybe he
Let it
can
be specific.
just cite, because I got you clearly. Then
Speaker will be specific on the UG program. The figures as elaborated were approved at the ADB level. And again, we cannot abdicate our duty to feed our children to a donor. And we say that we are not allocating money because we have a donor who is supposed to be coming in. It is not a responsibility of a donor to feed our children. It's our responsibility. If at the level of the annual development plan at the CFSP, money was approved for purposes of that particular department, equivalent to the figures given here, I would want to know the point at which the member brought his grievances and that he may now cite and say, at that level when we are arguing about the UG program, the figures we discussed and agreed were the following. But I am now seeing at the budget, this figure is the one which has been approved. That can make a bit of difference. But if a figure was agreed upon, I don't see how you come to question that same figure at the appropriation level, and I mean at the approval level. That's my concern.
very well. Thank you. Maybe I hope you got although most of the things I know will be responded by the chair as he will be responding, but I was concerned because I had got his question quite clearly. Yeah, you can proceed maybe now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The essence of a debate is a discussion, it's a discourse. If we had agreed everything in this budget, in the CFSP, ADP level, then it would mean one thing: we have no business sitting here to discuss anything. The essence of this debate is to interrogate the figures put here. Otherwise, we are all aware that we went for ADP. So the question that is putting across is lame, to the best of my knowledge. Otherwise, there will be no essence of discussing something that we had already agreed on. Then we should close and go and ask the chairman, the chair to respond. With that, Honorable Speaker, I know and I'm aware, and I did say, that we got into a discussion where we were told there's a donor for the UG program. And at that point, there was a back and forth discussion, Honorable Speaker, regarding the same program, and I know you know. And the chair for education is seated here. There was back and forth regarding that position. We had to, see the ways. So when I make a contribution in regards to the amount, it does not mean that I don't agree with it. I do not. I agree with it fully, but we need to query what is the role of the donor in this program if the county government is providing money for it. That's my concern. I am not opposed to giving kids college. So, Honorable Speaker, if I could finish, just because of your advice that we need to spend a little time. There's a provision for on FROCA program, 30 million, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there's 30 million provided for FROCA. My only appeal towards that is that we ensure there's fairness across all the wards. Like in Githafai, there are about 4 boreholes that are broken. Looking at 30 million amount would amount to around 1.2, 1.3 million per ward. For the rehabilitation of stalled boreholes, I wonder whether that funding is enough, and we may need to look at that. My only concern is that that money is allocated equally, as much as possible, to all the wards, so that we have the boreholes functional. The last bit, Honorable Speaker, is the electricity bills for the floodlights. We know, and we are very ashamed that most of our floodlights in almost all the wards are not working. They are not working. We provided an equal amount, around 40 million, for the payment of electricity bill, and they are not working. More than half of the floodlights in Githafai are all dead. I have seen most of the members, in the WhatsApp group we belong to get together with the executive. Everybody's complaining about the floodlights that are not functional. So we're putting money here, but my only appeal, Honorable Speaker, is that we provide money and follow it through. That floodlights should begin to work. People are saying if they're not working, remove them. They are not ornamental things that are put out there. Let this government wake up and work. And with those many regards, many comments, Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. We start with Honorable Gashomba, then go to Honorable Ngeshe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
Yes, Honorable Kiri.
A very pertinent order, Honorable Speaker. The member for Githafai, sit down, Honorable Kiri. The member for the Honorable Speaker has deliberated very well in this motion, but at the tail end, Honorable Speaker, we were expecting either support or object. By so doing, he just submit.
Maybe you can take maybe less than 30 seconds to respond to that. Comment, just comment on that, not even to respond.
Honorable Speaker, with tremendous respect to the upcoming advocate or lawyer, I had him quoting, some laws when during the morning, the other session before we adjourned, and I was impressed. The student is really doing good, and now he's taken note that I did not make a commitment whether I'm supporting or not. That is a good student in the making. Next time when you finish, I'll give you some legal tasks to do for me. I have the confidence. Keep up the good job. I support.
That is okay. So, Honorable Majumba, you proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support the budget committee on the good work that you have done. And Mr. Speaker, it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that this budget will be the last one as we go to the next general election, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has been read by the chair that this document has come from far. It has been anchored from the CIDP 3, which had been reviewed for many times. Whereby, Mr. Speaker, we have got into the annual development plan that has actually guided us to be here today. Mr. Speaker, the budget estimates for this financial year 2026-27 was forwarded from the county government the county assembly. And the county assembly, Mr. Speaker, was mandated to interrogate the document. And Mr. Speaker, you and your team gave us the authority to get out. And Mr. Speaker, it was forwarded to our 5 sub-counties. And Mr. Speaker, public participation was done in every constituency. Where, Mr. Speaker, we received recommendations from stakeholders, other opinion leaders.
Clarification from the chair.
Yes, Honorable Ngeshi.
Chair, I need clarification whether he has come. He had left the mover. You know how important he is when a member is debating.
Yes, maybe Chair.
Further, Mr.
The
Speaker.
member are concerned because they'll be expecting you to respond.
Point of information.
That you are out. Yes.
The chair was ably represented by the members of the committee.
Very well. Very well.
Further, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ngeshi.
Mr. Speaker, I was thinking in the interest of time that we can try to agree on limitation of debate so that we also have timelines for contribution.
Yes, maybe. Yeah, that's a valid concern. Just as I had indicated, Honorable Kayini was saying, probably we need to agree.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I think Honorable Keshoke, because he has contributed, he is at the pressure to leave.
Yes. What we do, Honorable members, Honorable Kasana. No. Now we will not go that direction. What we do, Honorable Kasana, we will agree on in the interest of many members. We will agree on the timeline that each and every member will be debating. Probably we can take a minute also. Okay. Correct? 1 minute is enough.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, proceed.
Much obliged. Mr. Speaker, I was reading on the public participation that was done within the 8 wards. And Mr. Speaker, the recommendations were forwarded to the Budget and Appropriation Committee. Why, Mr. Speaker, eventually we committed the chief officers and members of the departments, which are the ministers, and actually they gave us submissions on the appropriation that were done in the previous years. And Mr. Speaker, as the chairman has alluded, our budget envelope is about 9.5 billion. And it has been distributed down there. That's 5.8 billion, which is about 61.8%,
is getting the recurring expenditure. And 3.5 billion, Mr. Speaker, is around that 8.1%, which is within the law in the PFM Act 2012, that, Mr. Speaker, should go development. If you get to understand, Mr. Speaker, the wage bill that has been read in the document, 3.01 billion, which is too far much than it is supposed to be in the PFM Act according to the law, which is about that 5 to that 6%. Mr. Speaker, you see it has superseded, and the salary, which is 3.5 billion, is the assembly salary in the county government salaries. It is too high, Mr. Speaker. We need to check the wage bill in future so that much of it can be taken over to development. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that the county physical paper that has been alluded here many times is the one that set the ceilings. And Mr. Speaker, when we are setting the ceilings, it actually gives us a way forward so we can be able to get the budget estimate. And that's why all the recommendations that were forwarded from the public, from the executive and their chief officers, Mr. Speaker, has been put together so that we can be able to come with one document that is now trying to appropriate the fact that are within it. Mr. Speaker, you get the variances that has been alluded from the Department of Finance, Energy.
Honorable Kashumba, try to manage your time.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, from finance, education, health, water, trade and agriculture, roads and all that, Mr. Speaker. You will see, Mr. Speaker, the variants were brought due to the problems that were there in the department. Mr. Speaker, the petty news is another ongoing issue. You understand, Mr. Speaker, that petty news in this county has not been funded much. And that's why I was requesting the chair whether she can be able to put more in terms of...
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, yes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kashoba is a member of the Budget Committee. He is already telling us what he should have told his members of the committee. Should it happen, is he in order, Honorable Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, it's quite late, but I'm not the executive who make the budget. My work is to tell the county
Honorable Speaker, point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, yes.
Honorable Speaker, he is responding what the chair should have responded. Is he in order to usurp your powers?
Mr. Speaker, I get him to understand that I've been a chair of the Budget Committee for 10 years.
Honorable Speaker, point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe Honorable Kashumba.
And I know point of order, Honorable Speaker.
You know, if you are the chair, then you are not the chair now. But again also, in the interest of time, just try to restrict yourself to the role that is not assigned to yourself.
Thank you.
And also, I think your 1 minute is more than, it's long overdue. Kindly try and summarize.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was on the issue of the petty bills. Mr. Speaker, it's the work of the county government to make sure when they bring the document, the assembly, actually they factor the petty bills so that we can be able to make it what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, you get to the ward allocations. Agree that the chair has given us about 48 million, which will be distributed over to projects. Other issue, Mr. Speaker, is about the strategic stocks.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, yes.
Honorable Speaker, is the member in order to overrule you on the issue of time? You allocated each member 1 minute. He is over 3 minutes and he insists on continuing. Honorable Speaker, is he in order?
Honorable Kashumba, you are out of order completely.
Thank you, Mr. I
requested you to summarize.
I want to rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I want to rest my case.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the other issue about OSR, that the county government should enhance revenue collection so that we can be able to meet our targets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Honorable Deputy Speaker,
thank you, Honorable Kashumba. That was okay. So maybe, honorable members, in the interest of time, let us try to restrict ourselves to the 1 minute. Proceed, Honorable Ngeshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine was short. I wanted to enjoy the night vigil. For this is the last supper. We are having the last supper. And I'm happy now, Mr. Speaker. The Change Manifesto headed the platform. He has performed. And now it is upon the people to decide and see how far we have done or how far we have gone. Mr. Speaker, tonight I'm happy because this budget, it will either assassinate some...
Maybe, Honorable Ngeshi, you would come clearer on the Last Supper.
We will not have any other time because the IBC has indicated that by March we will have done the nomination. So it means we will not have any other time as Bunge to discuss this such a budget. So this is our last supper together. So Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that today some career will be assassinated by this budget. Others will die an eternal death. So, Mr. Speaker, I am attracted to this own source revenue that Chair has indicated we can be able to correct 650 million. Mr. Speaker, we also have 400,000 as appropriation in aid. That is facility improvement financing. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that having served as chair for health, we have been able to raise monies in this county. In yesteryear, we could collect from the hospital around 100 million. And today, we are clocking to half a billion. It tells us that if we can lock the loopholes, we can do better, and we can be able to progress as a county. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, as Church Manifesto adds a new adage, because a new terms call for another adage. You cannot, when you are re-elected, you cannot continue with the same adage of Church Manifesto. I'm happy and convinced that tonight, Mr. Speaker, as the incoming government came, it indicated that the yesterday government was planning hot air. Today, our own source revenue stands at 1 billion. 1 billion. If you just add 650 from own source revenue, then you add 400 from appropriation in aid, that gives you that we can be able to collect 1 billion. So during the Kimemia's time, Governor Kimemia's time, we have never budgeted 1 billion. So this government is a little change. It is a change manifesto. With that, I rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Geshe, for time management. We Honorable Diaz, then we go to Honorable Denji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to congratulate the Committee on Budget Committee for such good work. Mr. Speaker, I want just note something in this budget. The item on the universal health coverage, worker salary to the transition of universal health coverage, workers' salary to permanent and pensionable. Mr. Speaker, this is the budget that has come timely for these health workers. And I believe that this will interpret into motivation for the workers now that they are pensionable. Their contract actually was ending today. And I'm sure this is a great lifeline for them. So that one, for this budget, it is real change manifesto budget. The fact that we have been able to make some more people have pensionable job. Mr. Speaker, my only concern, and this maybe this is for the future, is the allocation of the allocation to the vocational training capitation, apparently 36.21 million, and compared to the allocation to the ECDs of 70 million. I want to engage the county executive into thinking on, it's good to develop the children, but it's better even to equip the already developed children, that is the young people, equip them. And I think this is a main function of county governments, the vocational training centers. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the youth of this nation need to be skilled, and especially for this county of Nyandarua, they need to be skilled, because once they are skilled, they can even self-employ themselves, and they would not bother going for formal employment. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Diaz. Honorable Denji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to commend the good job that has been done by the Budget Committee. But as I support Mr. Speaker, from the past budget, I wanted just to comment about something from the Roads Department and Roads and Energy Department about the in-house machinery. Mr. Speaker, what I would urge the department is that since we have allocated the fuel for about 3 million, there should be adequacy of fuel in time, so that the machinery can be doing its work in time, and we can even be rotating in the same time. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the last budget that we have been doing using the machinery, we have even been skipping, moving to the next financial year. I was actually in that concern. And then the execution of the project that we have allocated, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes you see, you get the removal of some project which have been approved by this Honorable House, your Speaker. So I also urge that those projects, if we have allocated a road, that road should not be removed without our knowledge, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Benji. Yes, Honorable Mbai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is good to acknowledge that I'm a member of the budget, Budget Committee, and I'm grateful with my other colleagues for working to ensure that we have this budget at this particular time. Honorable Speaker, it is also good for all of us to agree that this is the last budget that can be implemented fully when we are in this assembly, as we wait God to give us grace, His grace, to ensure that we get His favor and come back to this assembly. Honorable Speaker, it is good again to let also even the executive understand that in this budget we prioritized with what our member of public requested, and there before we have been having challenge with what we call the implementation, where the implementation comes in the last minutes. Honorable Speaker, I request the support from the members of this assembly and also the executive, who are the implementers, because we are the oversight, at least to ensure that after we pass this budget and after it was to get approved, it is implemented with the interest of time. If possible, by October, November, December, there will be a rollout of projects that are taking place in our wards, because whatever you have put here in this budget, whatever it is allocated, it is for the interest of our people. It is my humble request. We have done our part. We are supporting this budget because we want it to work for our people. It is now, it's like now we are breathing the last, we are enjoying the last budget, all of us. By the 30th of March, Honorable Speaker, most of us members or, political positions are given by God. And it is only the same God who can, you can give us the leeway or the favor to know our fate. So by the 3rd of March, after nominations, all of us will have members will have in their mind that they will be knowing whether we are coming back or not. At least they have that thing. So we are humbly requesting that after we pass this budget, the executive should speed up, move with speed, and ensure it is implemented on time. And I support Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We proceed with sorry, Honorable Kiruka, you on your feet, then we come to Honorable Mbogo.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is bearing in mind I'm a member of Budget Committee. My concern is about when because we are going to approve this budget, the timeline for executive to implement this budget is very crucial. Bear in mind, we need to implement this budget before December, and Mr. Speaker, sir, therefore, I support this budget as a member, and therefore, it is the high time for His Excellency the Governor and his team to do what he is supposed to do as a governor, to make sure the benefit of this budget to the people of Sharagita and the entire Nyandarua is well done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We proceed with Honorable Mbogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And as Honorable Geshe is putting it, I also feel okay talking in the last supper. It is evident that things are now growing and growing. And remember, Mheshimiwa Bae, the God you are worshipping when you are claiming and adoring and saying you come back is the same God who is being adored by them that are outside there who are craving to come in here. Mr. Speaker, budget making is a cycle and it is continuous, and we are in the final and tail end. Thank you to members, because I belong to the same committee, because we have seen 8 to 8 that we have done our due diligence in the last day and the last time. It is the evening and we are here. I will zero in on bursary allocation because I know members, the governor himself has allocated 4 million per ward, and members have also added from their eligible minimums. We know very well. Yesterday we had a constitutional implication from the High Court whereby they said it is unconstitutional. I don't know the implication, but calling it unconstitutional does not mean that it will not be allocated. So it is high time for the Department of Education to come up with an infrastructure of knowing whether we are going to be able to implement the bursaries. Because I remember what we allocated last year has not seen the light of the day. The other one is when members mention timelines. Budget is statutory, and we know clearly the controller of budget does not control development aspect expenditure. When it opens and they come up with procurement plans, let them hit the road and make sure that they implement the development, because the mandate that was given to us for 5 years is ending soon. So we will be happy as members to have seen it implemented as it should be in our tenure. The other one belongs to the maker. It will depend with the players, whether inside or outside, the one that is going to oversee the other one, then the right will be done. Finally, development expenditure. When we allocate equitable shares to what? Calling it irreducible minimum, there is another chunk of resources that we leave at the expense or in the hands of the executive, especially them that we call them allocations that does not emanate necessarily from the reward reducibles. We call them conditional grants, like FROCA. If they are not well balanced, and I will zero in areas like Wero. Wero is in Oljorok. In Oljorok, we are not in the municipality. We are not in anything else apart from the reducibles. I would be happy to see when the conditional grants are allocated, they can balance them that are not featuring from anything else. If you don't feature in governance big projects that we call flagship projects, you don't venture in flagships, you only remain in there. And because we are in the electioneering period, our people are going to ask these hard questions. So I would urge the executive, assisted by the chairman of the committee, when you are allocating the conditional grants, let us have a write-up of how they are usually allocated, because majority of us concentrate a lot on word irreducibles, forgetting that there is a whole cool billion that remains at the expense and in the hands of the executive for allocation and distribution. I support the budget report and call the mover.
Yes, Honorable Gishuki, you had contributed. How come Honorable Kasano had sent you?
You know, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I remember you are raising a query. You can proceed.
Actually, I was raising a query, but the member for Magumu can be excused, you know, there is...
Yeah, in fact, he did what he was telling you to do.
Oh, he's not here.
So you can proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to support. I want to commend the budget committee. This has been a bit of a strenuous budget to do. But I also don't want to not fall in the same shoes of people trying to say like it is a special budget. It's not special. We have had 3 more budgets previous, and we are also going to have an extra budget. There's nothing special about this one because it does not give an impression like the other 3 budgets we have done. We were not serious with them. Like there's anything special with this budget because it appears to be at the crosser of the term. But I'm so specific on the youth service. I am commending the governor because there is expected warning, not expected, actually they are warning on the El Niños. My expectation is that the government will use the youth service to ensure that the menace that would probably be occasioned by the El Nino becomes mitigated by way of ensuring that our youth keep requisite activities that will ensure that our roads don't go wrong because of the flooding that is expected after the warning of the El Nino. I just want to support that the governor of Nyandarua has exhibited commitment for this county in the previous budget and the current budget, and that we are confident. I want to remove this thinking of saying like we may not be here. I want to exude confidence to the members here. The amount of works we have done for the people of Nyandarua guarantees that God willing, as long as we are alive, we will be here by His graces. And I would want to urge members to stop that thinking that I might. Can you prophesy to yourself that even though that other budget you will be here, and that because you will have be the person who will have done it, you will be here to implement it, God's willing and God's speed. And therefore, let's not...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Honorable Ngeshe.
Is it in order for Honorable Mwangi to continue with the prosperity gospel when we have facts?
Yes. Yes, Honorable Ishuki.
I am... Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, I wanted... Yes. What is it, Honorable? Is it on the same issue?
It is on the same issue, Honorable Speaker. Let Honorable Mwangi Geshoke speak on his behalf. I will not be coming back here, Honorable Speaker. I'll be heading to the National Assembly. Let him speak on his own behalf.
Yes, thank you. I would wish to respond to Honorable Gesha and tell him that it is always proper to think positively. Honorable Gathongo will not be here because Honorable Jaba will be the MP for Daragwa. He will be in his farm doing farming, and that is still okay. He does not have to be here. The people of Daragwa...
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Have a commitment.
Yes, members, I wish now, the matter we are handling, we are time bad.
Yes,
so I want us we avoid, let's avoid by all means inside shows on the about, yes, so that we are able to beat the deadline, because we have supply and a lot ahead of us.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm actually waiting up.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker,
waiting up.
I'm happy, Honorable Speaker, that you have decided to at least to confine or advise Honorable Mwangi Geshoke. We are not here to campaign for any person. It is very wrong for a leader to demean the other. He's saying that Honorable Jaba will be the member of parliament. We have the 2 members who are vying for the same constituency. You must learn to respect the other members. In fact, we can say again, I don't want to go to that route because I know you're a good man. Let me...
Point of order.
So members, I would urge members. What is ahead of us?
It affects me directly.
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I would wish to know whether he has a predetermined loan. And every member in this house knows he's at crossroad. He wants to become the deputy governor. He wants to fight for the MCA. He wants to become the member of parliament. He's even more confused than anyone else here in this house, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe the reason as to why I'm holding that brief, I want us to avoid, honorable members, let us kindly avoid going that direction by all means. Maybe Honorable Gishuki, let's avoid that. Any other member will be contributing, because the business which is ahead of us, we may not complete if we go that route, honorable members. Let us strictly stick to the budget right now. So you can proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided. I was just saying that this is a good budget. It has been done properly. It is unfortunate that Gathongo will not be here next time because he has made a bad decision. But Mr. Speaker, we can assure him that because we will be around, we will support him where we are able. Asanteni sana, and I support.
Yes, Honorable Kamwana.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. This evening, Honorable Speaker, I wish to say something, to say a few things concerning this budget for the year 2026-2027. And because of interest of time, Honorable Speaker, I will not allow to this budget to pass without saying what I've been able to say in the other budgets about the own source revenue. Because this is an area that we have not been able to improve for the last years with a good margin. If I can remember, Honorable Speaker, we came in when the county was able to raise around 450 million. And now we are projecting to raise approximately 650 million. You can be able to see the spread is like of about 200 million for a period of 4 years. And Honorable Speaker, when we compare ourselves with other counties, because it's also good to do what we call benchmarking, we can be able to see that we have other counties that have been able to double or even to triple or to quadruple their collection of own source revenue. Honorable Speaker, why I'm saying this is because we can be able to see our sources of income from the equitable share, from donors, and we can be able to see that as a county we have not been able to raise a lot of money. And this is where now we have a lot of problem when we want now to have our development aspects of the budget being achieved. Like for Honorable Speaker, if we can be able to give full autonomy to municipalities, as it has been spoken by Honorable Kayani, because I wonder how a 30 million or a 35 million for Mairunya and engineer municipalities can be able to make these municipalities have any achievable development. Like when, for example, you give 3 million to each of the 2 municipalities to do infrastructure, like building drainages, you can be able to see this is not money to give to a municipality. As a finance guru, I advise that if we can allow these municipalities to go outside and be able to correct their own source, their own revenues, they can be able at least to have more money for development. Honorable Speaker, I also want to mention something as I finish on the Department of Education, whereby we can be able to see that we also have the vocational training centers as one of our areas or directorate that we manage as devout functions. But when you only give that a 6 million to capitation, we very well know that the capitation is for the recurrent aspect of supporting these facilities. But there is no money that has been allocated to the development aspect of these vocational training centers. And I believe the institutions will remain the way they are. They will not be able to offer any meaningful skills acquirement for our students that we take there. How I wish that, Honorable Speaker, we could be having some money to, for example, buy equipments. I have a very good passion for the vocational training centers because this is where I came from. And in this year's budget, I've been able to allocate some money from my irreducible minimum to buy a woodworking machine for kindergarten vocational training centers, because students, for example, the wood class, are running away from the vocational training centers because they cannot be able to achieve any meaningful training from those facilities. Honorable Speaker, let me finish by saying that, for example, I've been able to go through the ADP and also the CFSP, like it has been asked by another member, to see whether we have been following on this matter. And I have raised the issue of Gadara Dispensary, that the building that we have that houses that facility has already been condemned. And Honorable Speaker, because of the constraints of the finances, I don't know whether the facility will be able to accrue money to put up another infrastructure to support that facility. Meantime, we are giving services to our patients who are coming to that facility on a container, and we used to have a facility there before. So I hope that it has been considered, for example, with a few amount of money that can be able to start another new building, whereby we can be able to finish that building in near future. And for that case, I support the budget so far, and Honorable Speaker, I wish to call them over.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you for taking the shortest time possible. So, Chair, the mover, you can proceed and respond.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank members for that productive debate and deliberations. I think were it not for the times that we are squeezed of time, members would have continued to debate, and allow me in a very brief way to respond in some of the issues that I feel need to be responded. I may not respond to all of them. For example, Honorable Kayana had raised 9 issues, and Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. When it comes to the issue of equity, to the issue of municipalities, it's also good for members to note that there is what we call Cabro Production Center at the Orokarau municipality. And as such, it has been provided with 30 million, which is going to sub-county towns, including 4 million for Dunyojeru. So when we compare the budget allocation for Orokarau, you might mistake it, because there is a significant increase because of that project of Cabro production. So that money is going to Cabro production. It is not that intended that Orokarau was given more. It was only provided for making sure that that Cabro is operationalized. I also want to say that trade fund is not there. You will see in the final budget, it will not be there, because as you have said, there have been issues of administration and issue of Uji, because I'm responding to Honorable Kayani about the 16 shillings and the issue of rating it to 20 shillings for other where they are providing food. It is also good to note that we had a challenge, Honorable Kayani, to note that the issue of kitchen infrastructure, we are not producing this Uji at every ECD. It is produced at a centralized place, and then this wood is transported to each and every ECD center. So in the component of the 16 shilling, there is the payment of boda boda, there is the payment of the Uji handlers, there is the payment of those people who are cooking, the cooks at the kitchen. So all that compromise of the 16 shillings. So if you look at our terrain and the transport aspect of it, so you may not necessarily say the 16 shillings in comparison to 20 shillings. So there is a lot of logistic that is going toward that program. The issue of policy on the youth, service, we invited the department. We have made it very clear to them. They have prepared the policy at the draft level. It has gone through the cabinet, and I think if it has not been submitted to the assembly, it is somewhere coming to this assembly. But we all know that the control of budget cannot release this money without the policy. So we are aware, and we expect that before they are able to feed this budget and load this budget, that policy will be coming to this assembly for enactment or for registration. Thank you. That one we had noted, and we have advised them accordingly. When it comes to 37.75 million for AI, that is a flagship. I don't want to comment on that. It's an ongoing flagship. We all know that one of the things that this government can be identified of is the badilisha curves resulting from AI subsidies. Finally, on the issues of seeds, the 62.5 million, what we did, we know that not all seeds can do well across the whole county. So we could not write specifically and say it is maize or potato. Now we are expecting the Department of Agriculture to sit down with the members and agree what will do better in certain wards or certain sub-counties. So that is why we left it as a general certified seeds without specifically saying, because if we say maize, if, for example, if you come to Kipipiri sub-county, maize may do well in Wanjohi, but they may not do well in Geta. So we are expecting that in Geta, maybe they provide those seeds that will work well within the condition, weather conditions within Geta. So we have left it that. It's upon now the members to sit down with the agriculture and agree the 2.5 million where that money will be going. On the issue of FROCA, I want to make it clear to Honorable Kayani, the FROCA is not about 30 million. What happened is, we have what is continuing. There is a continuing program for FROCA, where we have been able to make sure that every county has, every ward has benefited. And I know Idafai has benefited with around 11.5 million, where they have drilled a borehole and equipping is on the process. We have safeguarded that money for equipping. That is why you see in the budget there is a balance brought forward of 83 million. That will go to the equipping of the ongoing projects. But there is another one, 36 million, for grant 3, which Nyandarua has qualified. And we are supposed to give county contribution of 2.5% of total development minus grants, which is coming to 60 million, not even actually 30. We will be appraising that money to around 60 million. So I agree with you. Now that the money that has come, 136 million for grant 3 for FROCA, should be equally shared to all the world. Now that all the worlds had benefited earlier, now the 136 should be benefit all the 25 wards, and we are going to follow up on that. And I know the chair, water, and that sector is here, and we'll make sure that each and every ward. But I also want to advise on Abu Kayani that we have provided 20 million for stored project, and that is where I would like you to face the CCM to make sure that if you have the boreholes you are talking about, you can get money from there to make sure that those boreholes are worked in also that they can be functional. With the issue of flood rights, finally, Honorable Speaker, it is high time, Honorable Speaker, we ask ourselves, do we continue doing the flood right as we are doing it today? And I know the Chair Broads will agree with me. There have been a significant increase on the numbers of flood rights. And we know what has happened with KPLC. There is a rise of bills when it comes to electrical bills. And I think it is high time, even though we know that solar flood rights, the solarized one, are expensive, we go that way because in long term, they are more cost effective. So I think going forward, we would advise we better go the solarized way because we are paying a lot of bills, and that is why you find out most of the time the Kenya Power have disconnected the flood rights, and there is hue and cry all over this county because now you know they are using the smart meters. So every now and then there are those flood rights that are going off because of the bills. So let us work out on the bills clearly, and then also going forward, we go the solar way. And we are advising that, I hope that maybe even as we continue with this badilisha for the next 1 year and the coming regime, some of these things will be. I agree with Honorable Gashomba on the issues of wage bill. We need to look at our wage bill at 2.8 billion, yet still there are so many gaps where we feel that there's departments that are understaffed. We have talked again and again on the issue of auditing our staff, redesignation, redeployment, so that we can have a workforce, an effective workforce, but still have not seen the light of the day. But I agree with him that there are still a lot of money that is going to compensation to employees. Then we ask ourselves, do we get in return the same services for our people? On the issue of pending bill on Abu Gashomba, what was provided by the executive was 150 million for development and 50 million for recurrent. We have increased that to around 223 and another 50. So we have increased of almost 300 million. So the assembly is the one that has increased the pending bill. It's not the executive. We have done our part, and I need Honorable DS to understand that the budget committee has increased the pending bill. So whatever the DS was saying, we should have discussed at the committee. We discussed it, and we found it fit to increase pending bill so that we can be able to reduce our debt and pay our contractors. On the issue of OSR, I know that Honorable Member Geshe have raised on that issue. Honorable Geshe, is good to note that we will be increasing that 400 million for FIF to around $500 million. And we have agreed with the department. They have shown us we can be able to, actually this year we have collected around 420. So with that rate, we are able to get to $500 million. The only challenge we have is the now OSR, the ordinary revenues, because we have targeted 650 million, but we know even this year we have collected around 300. So the issues to do with the business permit and all the other streams, they are doing poorly, and I agree with Honorable Geshe. It is high time we ask ourselves, which are these leakages? Because I believe there is no way you can tell me FIF alone is collecting $500 million, but all the other streams can barely make $500 million. They are collecting 300 million. We don't understand. So it tells you, I have seen that they are employing more revenue officers and all that interview, but I don't know what is happening with OSR. And I hope that the sector committee chairman is here for finance. It's high time we ask ourselves, why have we stagnated at 300? Why have we stagnated at 300? But I still believe we can do better even than more than 650. And the issue of OSR is bringing a lot of issue with the control of budget. It is the one that is creating deficit in our budget, making sure, leading to more pending bills. So it is an issue that needs to be looked into, and I believe Nyandarua, in the goodwill, we can collect more than 650. Honorable Gathirimo, our Deputy Speaker, Member for Geta, have raised a very serious issue on the FTC, on the capitation of that 6.1 million. But it's also good to inform you, Honorable Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, that the 36.1 million is informed by the number of students, or what we call them. Every student receives 15 million for capitation. And one thing that members should note, we have very low enrollment in our VTC because it is around 2,400 in the whole of Nyandarua County. I don't know what we are going to do, but our youths are not enrolling for VTC courses. It is not popular. So, if we have a high enrollment, the capitation will be higher because we give 15,000 per student. And we only have 2,400 students in the whole of Nyandarua. All our VTCs combined. So it's high time we do that campaign. Let us tell our, either we don't have enough VTCs, or even those that are existing, they are not popular, they are not market, maybe the causes are not market driven, but there is an issue. We need to ask ourselves, why are our youths in Nyandarua not joining our VTCs? We need to ask ourselves. Maybe we need to model ourselves in a better way so that we can be more attractive. Honorable Deji, on the issue of machinery, I don't need to respond to that, but I also need to respond to Honorable Bai and also Honorable Keruka on the issue of implementation timeline. Honorable Speaker, we are going to follow up as a budget committee. We give that undertaking. We know this. We know that this budget is a social budget. Mostly it's a social budget, and they require a lot of issues to be agreed upon so that the budget procurement can be done within timeline. But I can assure you that as budget committee, we are going to keep the department on its toe so that within the first quarter, we have seen the procurement have started, and within the second quarter, we have seen the deliveries so that members can get time by the third quarter to go and do their campaign. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the issue of Honorable Bogo on bursary, let's keep updated on the matter. Let's see what is going to happen, because all the court have said is that there are gaps. There is a lot of gaps. There is no structured, the budget is not structured well. There is no harmony between the budget that we give and the one for a member of parliament and all the other stakeholders. But if maybe those gaps are addressed, maybe the bursary will become constitutional. So let's observe what is going to happen for the meantime. So I would agree with members that us allow the bursary to be there, and within the course of time, we will see what is going to come out of that court ruling. Finally, Honorable Speaker, allow me to move the report and thank the members for your productive engagement. Thank you, and I move.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I now put the question, which is that this House does adopt the report of the Committee on Budget and Appropriation on the Nyandarua County Executive and Nyandarua County Assembly budget estimates for the financial year 26-27 as a report of the House, and the recommendations therein as a resolution of the House. May those of a similar opinion say aye. Aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. We now break to the Committee of Supply.
Members, resume your seat. Welcome to the Committee of Supply, Crack.
Honorable Chair, we are dealing with the Nyandarua County budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027. We start with the recurrent expenditure, Office of the Governor.
Designated member. Have they uploaded they have been uploaded in your, as they serve you with the physical copy? ICT guys, technician. Kindly, we want to save time. Honorable Agishoke, you have it. You can be served with as we await members. Let's build consensus. As you are being served, we can have several copies going loud, so that we can save time. Some of you will be going to Kenton, other Calampton. So proceed. Yes, Olmagogo. Yeah, on behalf of designated member, Office of the Governor, Honorable Minority Leader. Give it yeah.
Office of the Governor. Chair, I beg to move that sum of 131,440,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Office of the Governor, and the same be applied accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st of May 2027.
Seconder.
I call on Honorable Bogo to second.
Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved. Budget Chair or the designated member.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed 1,404,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 9,030,000 shillings at the resultant sum of 122,410,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund at the sum be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget Estimate for financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the current expenditure of the Office of the Governor during the financial year ending 30th June 2027.
Second.
And I call Honorable America to second.
America.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed 131,440,000 be reduced by a sum of 9,030,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 122,410,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the item 0 of Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget Estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on this day with respect to the current expenditure of the Office of the Governor during the financial year ending the 30th of June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The recurrent expenditure with respect to the Office of the County Secretary.
The designated member. Public, anybody from public administration
Office
or
of the County Secretary.
Proceed. Honorable
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 59,800,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2027 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Office of the County Secretary, that the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st of May 2026.
I propose seconder.
I wish to call Honorable DS to second.
Honorable Vedrimo.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read out by Honorable Minority Leader. Chair budget.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 59,800,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 6,860,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 52,940,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th June, that is today, 2026, with respect to the recurring expenditure of the Office of the County Secretary during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. And I call Honorable Bai to second.
Honorable Isaac.
Honorable Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 59,800,000 be reduced by a sum of 6,860,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 52,940,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget Estimate 2026-2027 by the Assembly today with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Office of the County Secretary during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Recurrent expenditure in respect to the Office of the County Attorney.
Designated member. Honorable Lucy Kidinji. Switch on your mic, kindly.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 33,500,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2027 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Office of the County Attorney, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st May 2026, and I call on Maureen to second.
Maureen.
Chair,
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. Chair, budget or designated member?
I beg to move, Chair, I beg to move that the proposed 33,500,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 2,980,000 shillings at the resultant sum of that 1,520,000 shillings be issued from the county revenue fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of county budget estimate for the financial year 26-27 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Office of the County Attorney during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. And I call Honorable Wajiro to second.
Honorable Milka.
I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed 33,500,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 2,980,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 30,520,000 shillings be issued from the CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget Annexure 1 2026-2027 considered by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Office of the County Attorney during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The recurrent expenditure in respect to the County Public Service Board.
Designated member. Honorable Ashamba.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that 30 million be issued from the County Revenue Fund to be expenditure during the financial year 30th day of June 2027 in respect of the current votes of the County Public Service Board, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026 to 2027 as tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st May 2026.
Honorable.
And I call Honorable Mbaye to second.
Honorable Mbaye. I propose the question as read. Designated member, budget, Honorable Milka Wanjiru.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 30 million shillings be reduced by a sum of 1,250,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 28,750,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the County Public Service Board during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. And I call Honorable Gitau to second.
Honorable Gitau.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 30 million shillings be reduced by a sum of 1,250,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 28,750,000 shillings be issued from CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 for the county budget estimate 2026-2027, tabled today, 30th June 2026, with respect to the recurrent expenditure of County Public Service Board during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The recurrent expenditure in respect to the county funds.
Designated member.
Thank you.
Honorable Ashamba.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move 310,500,000 be issued for the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2027 in respect of the county funds, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026 to 2027, tabled for the consideration by the Assembly on 21st May 2026. And I call Honorable Milka to second.
Honorable Milka.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read.
Designated member, Honorable Wanjiru.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 310,500,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 8,500,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 302 million shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 of the report of the county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 on recurrent county funds during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. And I call Honorable Mbai to second.
Honorable Isaac. I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 310,500,000 shillings be reduced by sum of 8,500,000 shillings, and the resultant figure of 302 million shillings be issued from the CLF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 of the report of County Budget Estimate 2026-2027, tabled for consideration today, 30th June 2026, on recurrent county fund during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinion say aye. As of many of contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Expenditure in respect to compensation to employees, including gratuities, pension, and medical insurances.
Honorable Shomba.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that 2,852,000,000 be issued to the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending that is the day of June 2027 in respect to the compensation to employees, including gratuities, pension, and medical insurances, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026 to 2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st May of 2026, and I call Honorable Milka Wanjiru to support.
Milka Wanjiru.
Chair, second.
I propose the question as read. The secretary member, Honorable Wanjiru.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed 2,852,000,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 175,006,063 shillings, and the resultant sum of 3,027,663 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 of the report of the county budget estimates for the year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriations Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 on recurrent on compensation to employees during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027, and I call Honorable Mbogo Mburu to second.
Honorable Mbogo Mburu.
Chair, I second.
Very well. I propose the question as led. Now put the question that the proposed 2,852,000,000 be increased by a sum of 175,006,063 shillings, and the resultant sum of 3,027,006,063 shillings be issued from the CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 of the report of County Budgets Estimate 2026-2027, considered today on 30th June 2026 on this Assembly on the current on compensation to employees during financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Recurrent expenditure in respect to the Department of Public Service Administration and Devolution.
Honorable Isaac Bai. Honorable Shomba.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that 100,130,000 be issued to the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2027 in respect that can vote for the Public Service Administration and Devolution, and the same be applied in according to the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st day of May 2026. I call Honorable Kadogo to second.
You pardon, it is Honorable Lucy.
Lucy to second.
Honorable Lucy.
Chair, second.
I propose the question as read. Honorable Isaac Bai, designated member for budget.
Thank you. I beg to move that the proposed sum of 100,130,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 50,346,696 shillings at the resultant sum of 150,476,696 shillings be issued from the county revenue fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 of the report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 26-27 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department on the Public Service Administration and Devolution during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. I call Honorable Bogo to second.
Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 100,130,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 50,346,696 shillings and the resultant sum of 150,476,696 shillings be issued from the CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 of the report of County Budget Estimate 2026-2027 tabled for consideration of the Assembly today, 30th June 2026, with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Public Service Administration and Devolution during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The recurrent expenditure in respect to the Finance, Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue.
Honorable Milka Wanjiru. 8. Department of Finance, Economic Planning. Page
Chair,
9.
I beg to move that the sum of 382,830,837 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2027 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Department of Finance, Economic Planning and ICT and Revenue, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by Assembly on the 21st of May 2026, and I call Honorable Zakari to second.
Chair, I do second.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 382,830,837 including the sum of 106,485,347 and the resultant sum of 245,490 shillings be issued from the county revenue fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized of Annexure 1 in the report of county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. And I call Honorable Bogo Second.
Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read, and I'll put the question that the proposed sum of 382,830,837 shillings be reduced by a sum of 136,485,347 shillings, and the resultant sum of 246,345,490 shillings be issued from CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization annexure 1 in the report of county budget estimate financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled today, 30th June 2026, with respect to the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The current expenditure in respect of the Department of Health Services.
Honorable Zachary Jeru.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 730,26,580 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2027 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Department of Health Services, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 26-27 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st day of May 2026. I do call upon Honorable Maureen Mugaki to second.
Honorable Maureen.
Chair, I second.
Very well. I propose the question as read. Honorable Isaac Bai, designated member from Budget.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of
This is Honorable Bogo. Right. Proceed.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 730,26,596 shillings be increased by a sum of 13,663,250 shillings, and the resultant sum of 743,689,840 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimation for the financial year 2026-27 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Health Services during the financial year ending 30th June 2027, and I call Honorable Isaac Bai to second.
Honorable Isaac Bai.
Yeah, I second.
I propose the question as read, and I'll put the question. The proposed sum of 730,26,590 shillings be increased by a sum of 13,663,250 shillings, and the resultant sum of 743,689,840 shillings be issued from the CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget Estimate financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled today, 30th June 2026, with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Health Services during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The recurrent expenditure in respect to the Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection.
Honorable Gadungu.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 406,626,20,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June in respect to the recurrent vote for the Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st day of May 2026. And I call Honorable Bae to second.
Honorable Bae. I propose the question as read. Honorable Milka, designated member for budget.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 406,620,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 37,846,965 shillings, and the resultant sum of 368,773,035 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimates for the year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by Assembly on 30th June 2026, with respect to the recurrent expenditure for the Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. And I call Honorable Mbogo Mburu to second.
Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 406,620,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 37,846,965 shillings, and the resultant sum of 368,773,035 shillings be issued from CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget Estimate Financial Year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration today on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurring expenditure of Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinion say aye. As of many of contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The recurrent expenditure with respect to the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries.
Designated member. Honorable Zachary.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 95,800,000 Kenya shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2027 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 26-27, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st day of May 2026. I call upon Honorable Lucy Kiteji to second.
Honorable Lucy.
Chair, second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member, Honorable Isaac.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 95,800,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 15,915,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 79,885,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget Estimate for the financial year 26-27 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 26 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries during the financial year ending 30th June 2027, and it call Honorable Bogo to second.
Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that proposed sum of 95,800,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 15,915,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 79,885,000 shillings be issued from CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget's Estimate Financial Year 2026-2027
by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled today, 30th June 2026, with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fishery during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The recurrent expenditure
Honorable
to the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation.
Honorable Rusikedinji. Honorable Kitenji, switch on.
Sorry.
Come again.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 107 million shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026, and I call Honorable Mbogo Mburu to second.
Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member Honorable Wajiro.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 107 million shillings be reduced by the sum of 15,706,996 shillings and the resultant sum of 91,293,004 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the county budget estimates for the year 2026-2027 for the Budget and Appropriations Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027, and I call Honorable Gitao to second.
Honorable Gitao.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read, and I'll put the question that the sum of 107 million be reduced by a sum of 15,706,996 shillings, and the resultant sum of 91,293,004 shillings be issued from the CRR of the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of county budget estimate financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The recurrent expenditure in respect to the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development and Partnership.
Designated member. Yes, Chair Budget, switch on your mic.
Chair, I beg to move that sum of 35,250,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027 in respect to the recurrent vote for the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership. And the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county estimate for the financial year 2026-27 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 31st of May 2026. Call upon Honorable Bai to second.
Honorable Isaac Bai. Propose the question as read. Designated member Honorable Milka Wanjiro.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 35,250,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 5,030,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 30,220,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the county budget estimates for the year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by Assembly on the 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership during the financial year ending 30th June 2027, and I call Honorable Bai to second.
Honorable Boy. Switch on your mic.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 35,250,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 5,030,000 shillings at the resultant sum of 30,220,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget Estimate Financial Year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration at the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperation, Development, Trade and Partnership during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Recurrent expenditure in respect to the Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Honorable Isaac Bai.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 46,650,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of a recurrent vote for water, sanitation, environment, tourism, climate change and natural resources, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2027, tabled to consideration on 21st May 2025. And I call Honorable Lucy Githinji to second.
Honorable Lucy Githinji.
Chair, second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member Honorable Ibrahim Maina Mwangi, are you there? Okay, page 17. Honorable Gitau. Okay, Honorable Ibrahim Maina. Switch on your mic.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 46,650,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 12,361,000 shillings and the resultant sum of 34,289,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget Estimates for the year 2026-2027 by the Budget Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the water, sanitation, environment, tourism, climate change, and natural resources during the financial year ending 30th June 2027.
Second.
I call Honorable Lucy to second.
Honorable Lucy Githinji.
Chair, second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 46,650,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 12,361,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 34,289,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget Estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the water, sanitation, environment, tourism, climate change and natural resources during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Recurrent expenditure in respect of the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development.
Honorable Gitau.
Chair.
Honorable Ibrahim Maina.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 46,787,057 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the recurrent vote for Department of Lands, Fiscal Planning, Housing and Urban Development, and the sum be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026. I call Honorable Getao to second.
Honorable Getao.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member from Budget, Honorable Wanjilo.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 46,787,057 shillings be reduced by a sum of 8,650,500 shillings, and the resultant sum of 38,132,557 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimates for the year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriations Committee tabled for consideration by Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Land, Fiscal Planning, Housing and Urban Development during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. And I call Honorable Milka to second.
Honorable Milka Nyambura.
I second.
I propose the question as read, and now put the question that the proposed sum of 46,787,057 shillings be reduced by a sum of 8,650,500 shillings, and the resultant sum of 38,132,557 shillings be issued from CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly today 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The recurrent expenditure in respect of the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 156,200,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect to the recurrent vote for the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimate financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st of May 2026.
Second.
And I call Honorable Getao.
Honorable Getao.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member from Budget, Honorable Milka Wanjilo.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 156,200,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 1,500,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 157,700,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimates for the year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriations Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. And I call Honorable Chair Kongo to second.
Honorable Isaac Kongo.
I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 156,200,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 1,500,000 shillings. The resultant sum of 157,700,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the current expenditure of the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Current expenditure in respect of the Department of the Orkalau Municipality.
Honorable Ibrahim Maina, Maundi.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 24 million shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027 in respect to the recurrent food or for Orkalau Municipality, and the same be applied in accordance with itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st May 2026. Chair, I call Honorable Gitau to second.
Honorable Gitau.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member from Budget, Honorable Gashomba.
Chair.
Honorable Bogo.
Chair, Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 24 million shillings be increased by a sum of 1,300,000 shillings and the resultant sum of 25.
Proceed, Honorable Bogo.
25,300,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized Annexure 1 in the report of the budget of the county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th June 2026 with respect to the current expenditure of Orkalau Municipality Board during the financial year ending 30th June 2027, and I call Honorable Gashomba to second.
Honorable Gashomba.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 24 million shillings be increased by a sum of 1,300,000 shillings and the resultant sum of 25,300,000 shillings be issued from the CRF and the same be applied in accordance with itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimate financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget Appropriation Committee tabled today 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Orkalau Municipality Board during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Recurrent expenditure in respect of the Engineer Municipality.
Honorable Ibrahim Maina. Switch on your mic kindly.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 16,200,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the recurrent food for the Engineer Municipality, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026. I call Honorable Mirka to second.
Honorable Mirka Nyambura.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member, Honorable Gitau.
Chair, I beg to move that.
Switch on your mic, country.
Chair, I beg to move that I propose sum of 16,200,000 shillings be increased by sum of 1,500,000 shillings and the resultant sum of 17,700,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with items of Annex 1 of report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the current expenditure of the Engineer Municipality Board during the financial year ended 30th June 2027.
Second.
And I call Honorable Ibrahim to second.
Honorable Ibrahim.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 16,200,000 be increased by a sum of 1,500,000 shillings and the resultant sum of 17,700,000 shillings be issued from CRF and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 of the report on the county budget estimate financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the budget on 30th June 2026 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Engineer Municipality Board during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Recurrent expenditure in respect of the Maironia municipality.
Honorable Ibrahim. Milka, switch off your mic. Oh, you want? Okay. Honorable Milka Nyambura.
Chair, I beg to move the sum of 21,650,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027 in respect of the current vote for the Maironia municipality and the sum of applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026. Chair, I call Honorable Milka, the only elected lady in this Assembly, to second.
Honorable Milka, the only elected woman.
Honorable Chair, with that beautiful name, I second.
Very well. I propose the question as read. I now put the question that a sum of 21,650,000 shillings be issued from the CRF fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the current vote for the Maironia municipality, the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration today, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The recurrent expenditure in respect of the County Assembly Service Board.
Honorable James Gashomba.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that sum of Kenya shilling 810 million be issued to the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the current vote for the County Assembly Service Board, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st May of 2026. And I call Honorable Segedenji, Honorable, to second.
Honorable Segedenji.
Chair, second.
Very well. I propose the question as read. The Secretary Member, Budget.
Chair, Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 810 million shillings be increased by a sum of 5,219,049 9 shillings and the resultant sum of 815,219,049 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 2 in the report of the report on the county budget estimate financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th of June 2026 with respect to the current expenditure of the County Assembly Service Board during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. And I call the Chair of Budget to second.
Chair of Budget, Honorable Isaac Kongo.
I second.
I propose the question as read. And now put the question that the proposed sum of 810 million shillings be increased by a sum of 5,219,449 shillings at the resultant sum of 815,290,049 shillings be issued from the CLF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 2 in the report of County Budget Estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration today, 30th June 2026, with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the County Assembly Service Board during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Chair, we now proceed to the development expenditure. Development expenditure in respect to the county funds.
Congratulations, member. We are almost there.
Okay.
Designated member.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that sum of Kenya shilling 20 million be issued to the County Revenue Fund for financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of development expenditure of the county funds stroke Nyandarua County Trade Development and Investment Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st May of 2026, and I call on Honorable Ruse Kidhinji to second.
Honorable Ruse Kidhinji.
Chair, second.
Very well. I propose the question as read. Designated member from Budget, Honorable Milka.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 20 million shillings be reduced by 20 million shillings and there be issued nominees for the County Revenue Fund for the 2026-2027 in accordance with Annexure 1, the report of the County Budget Estimates for the year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th June 2026, with respect to the County Fund, Nyandarua County Trade Development and Investment Fund, during the financial year 30th June 2027, and I call Honorable Chair Kongo to second.
Honorable Isaac Kongo, Wanjiro.
I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 20 million shillings be reduced by 20 million shillings and there be issued nominees from the CRF for the financial year 2026-2027 in accordance with Annexure 1 in the report of County Budget Estimate by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration today, 30th June 2026, with respect to County Fund, Nyandarua County Trade Development and Investment Fund during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Chair, we proceed to development expenditure with regards to the Department of Public Service, Administration and Devolution.
Designated member. Honorable, no chair is around.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 352,500,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027 in respect of the development vote for the Public Service Administration and Devolution, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026. And I call upon designated member Honorable Zachary to second.
Honorable Kingori. Honorable Zachary. Switch off your mic. Very well.
Chair, I do second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the sum of 352,500,000 shillings be issued from the CRF to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th of June 2027 in respect of the development vote for the Public Service Administration and Devolution, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Chair, we proceed to the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue.
Honorable Zachary Mwangijeru.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 164,500,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2027 in respect of the development expenditure for the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue, and the said be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 26-27, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st day of May 2026. And I do call upon Honorable Edna Duabugu to move second.
Honorable Edna Duabugu Kingori.
I second.
Designated member, budget. Honorable Bogo, are you on it? Page 26. All the chair.
Chair, I beg.
Okay, Honorable Gitau.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of the 164,500,000 shillings be reduced by sum of 109,500,000 shillings, and the restaurant sum of 55 million be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied accordance with itemized of Annex 1 in the report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Finance, Financial, Economic Planning and the ICT Revenue during the financial year ended 30th June 2027. And I call Honorable Ibrahim second.
Honorable Ibrahim Mwangi, Maina.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the sum of the proposed sum of 164,500,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 109,500,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 55 million shillings be issued from the CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization Annex 1 in the report on the county budget estimate financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Department of Health Services.
Honorable Zachary Mwangijeru.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move a sum of 86,459,163 Kenya shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2027 in respect of the development expenditure for the Department of Health Services, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 26-27, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st day of May 2026. And I do call upon Honorable Deputy Speaker to second.
Honorable Samuel Kadrimo.
Chair, I second.
Very well. I propose the question as read. Designated member, Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 86,459,163 shillings be reduced by a sum of 42,880,244 shillings, and the resultant sum of 43,650,959 shillings be reduced from the be issued from the County Revenue Fund and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate Financial Year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th day of June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Health Services during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. I call Honorable DS to second.
Honorable Samuel Kadrimo.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 86,459,163 shillings be reduced by a sum of 42,808,204 shillings, and the resultant sum of 43,650,959 shillings be issued from the CRF and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly today, 30th June 2026, with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Health Services during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of opinion say aye. As of many of contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection.
Honorable Gathungu.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 51,100,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027 in respect of the development expenditure for the Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st day of May 2026, and I call Honorable Patience Manga to second.
Honorable Patience Manga. Switch off your mic, Honorable Gathungu.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Thank you. That is the chair committee on. Yeah, thank you. I propose the question as read. Designated member, Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 41,100,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 48,049,914 shillings, and the resultant sum of 99,149,914 shillings be increased from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th June 2026 with respect to development expenditure of the Education, technical training, culture, gender, and social protection during the financial year ending 30 June 2027. And I call the Honorable Chair of Budget Committee to second.
Honorable Isaac Kungo Wanjiru.
I second.
I propose the question as read, and now put the question that the sum of 51,100,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 48,049,914 shillings, and the resultant sum of 99,149,914 shillings be issued from the CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the education, technical training, culture, gender, and social protection during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries.
Honorable Milka Nyambura.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 373,220,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the development expenditure for the agriculture, agribusiness, livestock and fisheries, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimate for the financial year 2026 to 2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026. I call Honorable Patience Manga to second.
Honorable Patience Manga.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 373,220,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 161,279,403 shillings, and the resultant sum of 211,940,597 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate Financial Year 2026-27 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th June with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries during the financial year ending 30th June of 2027, and I call Honorable Zachary Njeru to second.
Honorable Zachary Njeru.
Chair, I do second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 373,220,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 161,279,403 shillings. The resultant sum of 211,940,597 shillings be issued from the CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate Financial Year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovations.
Honorable Ruth Kidinji.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 60,800,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027, in respect of the development expenditure for the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovations, and the same be applied in the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026, and I call Honorable Patience Manga to second.
Honorable Patience Manga.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Designated member budget, Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 60,800,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 1,300,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 59,500,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate Financial Year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th day of June 2026, with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports, Innovation during the financial year ending 30th June of 2027, and I call Honorable Gitau to second.
Honorable Gitau.
Chair, I second.
Very well. I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 60,800,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 1,300,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 59,500,000 shillings be issued from the CRF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026, with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovations during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development and Partnership.
Honorable
I beg.
Honorable Zachary Mwangijeru.
Chair, I beg to move a sum of 70 million be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2027 in respect of the development expenditure for the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimate for the financial year 26-27, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st day of May 2026, and I call upon the chairperson budget to second.
Honorable Isaac Kongo.
I second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member from budget, Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 70 million shillings be reduced by a sum of 18,318,958 shillings, and the resultant sum of 51,681,042 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th June of 2026, with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership during the financial year ending 30th June 2027, and I call Honorable Ibrahim to second.
Honorable Ibrahim Mwangi Maina. Switch off your mic. Well.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 70 million shillings be reduced by a sum of 18,318,958 and 58 shillings, and the resultant sum of 51,681,042 shillings be issued from the CLF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimate for financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate, Natural Resources. Yeah, natural resources.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 150,650,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of development expenditure of the Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026, and I call Honorable Ibrahim Maina to second.
Honorable Ibrahim Maina.
Chair, I second.
Designated member from budget. Sorry. I propose the question as read. Designated member from budget, Honorable Gitau Ruben.
Chair, I beg to move that sum of 150,650,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect to of the development expenditure of the Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Pardon. Let's be served with the light content. The clerk is helping you. You can read verbatim.
Sorry, Chair. I had the wrong figure. Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 150,650,000 shillings be increased by sum of 382,288,275 shillings, 38,275 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate Financial Year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources during the financial ending the 30th June of 2027.
Second.
And I call upon Honorable Patience to second.
Honorable Patience Manga.
Honorable Speaker, I do second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 150,650,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 382,288,275 shillings, and the resultant sum of 532,938,275 shillings be issued from the CLF and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development.
Very well. Designated Member Honorable Ibrahim Maina Mwangi.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 46 million shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the development expenditure for Departments of Land, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st May of 2026. Chair, I call Honorable Getau to second.
Honorable Getau.
Chair, I second.
Very well. I propose the question as read. Designated Member, Budget, Honorable.
Chair, I beg to move that I propose some of...
Honorable Getau, eh?
Yes.
Getau Ruben.
Don't.
Since you have participated there up, let now break it so that Ruben Getau.
Chair, I confirm now I have the right one. Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 46 million shillings be reduced by a sum of 10,225,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 35,775,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the optimization of Annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 26-27 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development during the financial year ending 30th June of 2027. And I call upon Honorable Milka to second.
Honorable Milka Nyambura.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 46 million shillings be reduced by a sum of 10,225,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 35,775,000 be issued from the CLF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works.
Honorable Bogoboro.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 1,069,350,000 1,000 shillings be issued from the county revenue fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect to development expenditure for the financial year ending 30th June of 2027 in respect to the development expenditure for the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026. And I call Honorable Gitau Ruben to second.
Honorable Gitau Ruben.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member budget, the chair, Honorable Isaac Kongo.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 1,069,300,000 be increased by a sum of 369,427,982 shilling, and the resultant sum of 1,438,727,992 be issued from the county revenue fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 26-27 by the budget and appropriation committee tabled for consideration by the assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure for the Department of Road, Transport, Energy and Public Works during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. And I call upon Honorable Milka to second.
Honorable Milka Nyambura.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 1,069,300,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 369,427,992 shillings, and the resultant sum of 1,438,727,992 shillings be issued from the CLF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Olkalau Municipality Board.
Designated member, Honorable Gitau Dungu.
Yes, yes, my name. Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 64 million be issued from the county revenue fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ended 30th June 2027 in respect of the fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ended 30th June 2027 in respect of the development expenditure for Olkalau Municipality Board, and the same be applied in accordance with itemized county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026. And I call Honorable Ibrahim second.
Honorable Ibrahim Maina.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member from Budget, Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 64 million shillings be reduced by a sum of 2 million shillings and the resultant sum of 62 million shillings be issued from the county revenue fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of budget and estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th day of June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of Orokarau municipality during the financial year ending 30th June 2027. And I call Honorable Patience Manga to second.
Honorable Patience Nyambura Manga.
Chair, I support.
You second. Just state you second. Very well. I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 64 million shillings be reduced by a sum of 2 million shillings and the resultant sum of 62 million shillings be issued from the CRF and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026, with respect to the development expenditure of the Orokarau municipality during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Engineer Municipality Board.
Designated Member Honorable Ibrahim Mwangi Maina.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 28,500,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the development expenditure for Engineer Municipality Board, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026, and I call Honorable Commissioner Gashomba to second.
Honorable James Keiro Gashomba.
Yes, Chair, I beg to second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that a sum of 28,500,000 shillings be issued from the CRF to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027 in respect of the development expenditure for Engineer Municipality Board, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 21st of May 2026. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The Nyandarua Municipality Board.
Designated Member Honorable Ibrahim.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 13 million shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the development expenditure for Mairoinya Municipality Board, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 21st of May 2026. Chair, I call Honorable Ruben Gitau to second.
Honorable Ruben Gitau.
Shamani, I second.
Very well. I propose the question as read. Designated Member
Chair,
Honorable Bogo.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 13 million shillings be increased by a sum of 500,000 and the resultant sum of 13,500,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the County Budget Estimate 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to development expenditure for the engineer municipality board during the financial year ending 30th June of 2027. And I call the Honorable Chairman of Budget Committee to second.
Honorable Isaac Kumu.
I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed sum of the 13 million shillings be increased by a sum of 500,000 and the resultant sum of 13,500,000 shillings be issued from the CLF and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the county budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly today, that 30th June 2026, with respect to the development expenditure of the Engineer Municipality Board during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
The County Assembly Service Board.
Honorable James Keiro Gashomba, designated member.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move the sum of Kenya shilling 173,250,000 be issued to the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2027 in respect of the development budget expenditure for the County Assembly, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized county budget estimates for the financial year 2026/2027 tabled before consideration by the Assembly on 21st May 2026, and I call Honorable Lucy Kithenji, Honorable to second.
Honorable Lucy Kithenji.
Chair, second.
I propose the question as read. Designated member, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed 173,250,000 shillings be increased by an amount of 41 million shillings and the resultant sum of 214,250,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 2 in the report of the County Budget Estimate 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on the 30th day of June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the County Assembly Service Board during the financial year ending 30th June of 2027, and I call Honorable Ruben Gitau to second.
Honorable Ruben Gitau.
Chairman, I second.
I propose the question as read. I now put the question that the proposed 173,250,000 shillings be increased by an amount of 41 million shillings and the resultant sum of 214,250,000 shillings be issued from the CLF, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 2 in the report of the County Budget Estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled for consideration by the Assembly on 30th June 2026 with respect to the development expenditure of the County Assembly Service Board during the financial year ending the 30th June 2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Next.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to move, or I want to beg that I move that the committee does report to the House its consideration of the Nyandarua County Annual Budget Estimate for the financial year 2026-2027. I call upon Honorable Gashomba to second.
Honorable Gashomba.
Chair, I beg to second.
Very well. I propose the question, which is that
The committee does report to the House its consideration of the Nyandarua County annual budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027. I now put the question, which is that the committee does report to the House its consideration of Nyandarua County annual budget estimate for financial year 2026-2027. As of many of similar opinions say aye. As of many of contrary opinions say nay. Ayes have it. The House now resumes.
Very well. Thank you, Honorable Ngesha. Thank you, Honorable Members. By extension, thank you, Honorable Yes, for the great work you've done. Now, we now proceed.
We have a report by Honorable Paul Gashwabere.
Very well. Honorable Paul Gashwabere, you can proceed and report.
Thank you, Chair. You know, it is monumental and historical. I need the photo man. So, Mr. Speaker, so, Mr. Speaker, you see, I was trying to make the House rightfully. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has today, 30th June 2026, pursuant to Section 131 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, considered the Nyandarua County annual budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027, tabled on 21st May 2026, and approved the allocation of funds to the departments and entities in the county government, including the county assembly, to be expended in the year ending on 30th June 2027 in accordance with the report. I hereby table before the assembly that report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Ngesha. Thank you. The report is duly tabled. Thank you for the good job. Clerk, next order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we have now a motion by Honorable Isaac Kongwajiru that the House do agree with the report.
Very well. Honorable Isaac Kongwajiru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to sincerely thank the members of this county assembly for their sacrifice that they have been able to portray today, noting that it is around 11:15 p.m. and I think that's a sacrifice that you have been able to make sure that you have met the deadline for the passing of our budget. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that this House does agree with the report Committee of Supply on the consideration of the Nyandarua County annual budget estimate for the financial year 2026-2027 as reported and tabled in this House. Honorable Speaker, I call upon Honorable Itau Ruben to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well, Honorable Itau.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Thank you. I now propose the question, which is, this House does agree with the report of the Committee of Supply on the consideration of the Nyandarua County annual budget estimates for financial year 26-27 as a report and table in the House. I now put the question, which is that this House does agree with the report of the Committee of Supply on the consideration of the Nyandarua County annual budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027 as a report and table in the House. May those of a similar opinion say aye. Aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Thus, I now declare that the County Assembly has today, 30th June 2026, pursuant to Section 131 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, considered the Nyandarua County annual budget estimates for 2027, tabled on 21st May 2026, and approved the allocation of funds to the department. The allocation of funds to the departments and entities in the county government, including the County Assembly, to be expended in the year ending on the 30th June 2027 in accordance with the report of the Committee of Supply, which has been adopted. Clerk, next order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the business of this sitting as appearing on the order paper has been exhausted.
There being no other business to transact during this sitting, I now adjourn the House to Wednesday, the 1st day of July 2026 at 9:30 a.m.